Can't hear the music. Alright, let me turn up a bit. How's that? Is that better? Is that butter? In the middle, I guess. Like that. How's that? 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 Good. Zoink. Welcome. Welcome to me. Hi. It's me. You found my secret lair. And now... now... you're gonna have to hang out. I'm remodeling the past, making a scene from my cartoon, and what happens is Victor gets into a fight and is sent to the principal's office. So to help better understand how I can lay out these scenes, I've decided to just 3D model this shit. I think you know, it's something for me to do since I haven't actually been working on it, and also I think it'll make it seem a little bit more alive, a little more real. Maybe I'll even storyboard it with the camera in, so it's like really there. So this chair I made is the same exact chair that I'm sitting in right now. Fun fact. Anyway, what's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? What's everyone thinking about? I'm using my brain's power to extract your thoughts, make it into my content. The wisdom dog. When's the next Dog of Wisdom episode? Well, never, maybe. The thing is, I released a Dog of Wisdom thing last month. I made a game, and I you know, I know a lot of people were disappointed that it's only a 15-minute long game, but hey, that was like 15 times longer than an episode. was like 15 episodes, so I wouldn't be complaining if I were me, which I am. So I would suggest you check it out on Steam. I put a lot of work into it. I put a lot of love into it, and it's my first solo game, but I think it came out really good. Let me throw that link up for you. Ooh. Ooh. Pin it to Twitch as well. Here's the game. Never? Why never? Well, I was getting to that, and then I forgot to get to that. So thank you for reminding me. The thing is, you've already gotten Dog of Wisdom. You already got Dog of Wisdom 2, 3, and 4. And well, I know I said this about Dog of Wisdom 2. Like I already said I'm never making Dog of Wisdom 2, and then I lied. The thing is, you wanting it is not enough for me to make it. And you may think it's because I'm pretentious, and you're right. It's because my ego cannot allow it. But I'm telling you that this is the right thing, is to not just let yourself go to the demands of the algorithm, because it's already starting to wear thin. I'm telling you. But when I made that game, I didn't feel that way. I felt like I was doing something new, even though it was still the same dog. So what I think I'm trying to say is not I'm never making Dog of Wisdom again. I'm saying that I don't want to give you the same thing again. I would rather try to transmutate into something you've never seen, even if it is the same dog. Cause like in some cases, why no? All right, you're going away. It's like I know we're all dogs here, but that doesn't mean you can beg. So I'm trying to figure out how to make this. It's like a bench. Like a bench with like attached seats. Although in the storyboard he's like sitting here. Let me make it flash. Just make sure there's nothing TOS breaking in this document. Nah. So, here's Flash. And here's the pig. Here's the Vic. He's just sitting on this waiting room bench. Like nothing happened. Like he didn't do nothing. He never did nothing. Never did nothing to nobody. He's just sitting there all nonchalant. You know, this was iced coffee. Now it's just cold coffee. The ice is gone. I like the Unk computer. I believe that's what they used to call them. Yeah, I bet you've never seen this shit. It's like a little circular keyhole for a computer. I guess the components were really valuable. Somebody was gonna break into the computer and steal the gold wires. A computer like this would have probably cost like twice your computer, right? Well, maybe not. Maybe it would have cost the same thing, which, because of inflation, would have been twice the price. Okay, so oh fuck. I'm sorry. I forgot to get rid of Flash. Still hanging. Still there. Victor is covering the entire yeah. But yeah, now I just have that down on my bottom screen so I can look at it. I guess I could keep it minimized. Like that. Can't really see it though, can you? Kind of small. Forget about it. So I also had like a reference image, and here, do I have it somewhere? I have my inspo folder. Right. So like this one, this picture, I don't know if this is a school or a Hebrew school. Not Hebrew school, obviously, but I don't know if this is a religious school or just a school, but they have a picture of Jesus. Look at this liminal space ass fucking Jesus. It's like you feel like you move that aside and there's like a big red button behind it or something. What I think is interesting about this is that there's a picture of Jesus in what I assume to be a school. You know, it's almost like a Simpsons gag where they just like don't even acknowledge the separation of church and state. But yeah, that's the space that this is based off of. Is this like, you know, 70s looking wood paneling? It's quite tacky by today's standards, but also has a bit of nostalgia to it. Reminds you when things are even worse. Add more stuff to the overlay. Like this stuff, like all this Cruspus. Gonna need some suggestions. Also, do it another time. Okay, so this looks bad because they're all the same texture. I didn't want that. Now it looks more like plywood. I guess it is plywood, isn't it? Probably not, because it has that texture. Although that texture could just be baloney. Well, anyway, I'm probably gonna end up painting over this anyway, so I don't know if I'll need it to look correct. You know, the real thing to do would be to make an actual texture that looks a lot more like wood. I'm trying to remember like the way being in this office made me feel. Oops. Oh, is this is the opposite. There. Okay, so now I need the like, oh my god, everything is a fucking trip down memory lane. Not the most pleasant one, but still, these are our memories. Like, you would see these like ceilings that had that like ugly crab. Literally Hitler is Hitler is Literally Hitler. Look out for Hitler. Weird. to be higher like that. Ugh. Huh? All right. I think that needs to be. Leave that as wood. There. The easiest solution is always the best. Yeah, I don't know about that though. Eh, not the biggest concern. Alright, so you're probably not gonna be able to see much this way. Just put some lights there. Or here's a light, and I can attach to it a light object. Oop. Yeah, let's add this temporarily. I want to do another version of it that says everybody is mean to me. Poor cat. They set this cat up for this photo. Alright, what else do we need in this scene? There's like some fucking diplomas, a clock. Looks like an Etch-a-Sketch. School of Excellence. Or like School of Etch-a-Sketch. I just realized something, that I never use units. I'm not sure if I should start. What I did here was I made, wait a second, it's not even, yeah, I thought it was 8.5 by 11. Oh yeah, it was, and I just shrunk it even more. Yeah, like I got this piece of paper by making it 8.5 by 11, or like, you know, 0.85 by 0.11. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense, does it? Because 11's supposed to be. Wait a second. Oh right, I did 1.1, right? 1.1 by 0.85. I don't even know if that works. It just looks right. What I'm trying to say is that when you make things in 3D, you pick a measurement of units, and you know, sometimes it's just like, you know, here it looks like meter, you know, it looks like metric is the units, but you know, nothing is actually to those proportions. I'm not sure where else the lights are. I guess I'll just assume they're here and there and there. I feel like the music in Mischief Makers sounds nothing like any other game. Like, you're not supposed to do this. It sounds so cool, and yet it's not like there's no consistency in other games as far as I can tell. I mean, I haven't actually played that many games in you know, in all of history. There's probably more games than books at this point. But like, I still don't know if I could describe music that makes me feel that way. Like, that's unique sounding. I mean, you know, every composer has their own thing, but also every game has their own identity, which I think is neat. I'm an asshole cuz I want to make a game that's unrelated to another game that uses the same music cuz I'm an asshole. Well, you know, somebody did that. Tataka or someone did that. I bet he didn't even tell anyone and they didn't even care. They put Chain Chomps and Goombas into Zelda, and people say it was the best Zelda game. Yeah, I'm not sure what to do with this table. I think it should be more desk-like than table. Oh right, the keyboard. Look, it's a keyboard. You know, a lot of these things I already modeled a version of in a different file, but I've changed since I've done that. I've changed a lot of how I feel about art. A lot of things have changed, like, internally with me. You know, like, a year ago I was talking about AI and how it could help us save time. And then I was just like struck by this realization that you can do that, but it is against the point. That's not the point. The point is that I sit here making it because that's fulfilling to me, the artist. If you think that's like a weird like thing for an artist to do, like to want to give themselves more work, then I suggest you give it a try. Try being an artist. It's like all of your feelings and frustrations go into the art. It is a sign of life having been here. And well, if you're just having a computer do your homework for you, that's avoiding what you got into it for. I've seen actual artists being like, this is superior or equal to real art, and then they show it to you and it's like, hello, I am the guy, it is me, I am the love art made by computers. It's like, this is better? mean, maybe it's more novel, and I admit, I agree, it is a bit more interesting when you see it for the first time than real art is. But that novelty wears off, and the novelty of CG is worn off. You think anybody could be like, I'm gonna work in Pixar anymore? No, they don't want you. The novelty is very quick to wear off. So if you don't have the most amazing imagination, then nothing you make will be good. Not with the best technology or the worst technology. And it's the same thing as the opposite. You'll be able to make something good no matter what you use if you have an imagination. But getting back to what I was saying originally, why am I doing it like this instead of just copying and pasting? Because I'm mad. I'm mad that I'm alive, and this helps. Aren't you anti-AI then, or just meh to it? I can't say I'm anti because I don't want to give the impression that I am going to go after you for using it. I may just feel like a twinge of pity. You know, not anti-AI, just AI. As in, I'm not against it. I just don't think it's like, it's not really, it is in my tool belt. That doesn't mean I have to use it. And, you know, I think a lot of people who hate AI are really just like, that's their fucking career, is hating AI. Like, that's not a real job, guys. Like, I strongly oppose, like, you're comparing your life to people who've never made art. Don't fall for that. And then, you know, there's some people who have made art, they just forgot. They just forgot what the whole point was. I'm not forgetting. This is why I'm making this fucking keyboard. It's satisfying, you know? You know what's not satisfying is waiting for the computer to make it for you. But seriously, I did use it. I messed with it because I was curious. And what I found was that the more you use it, the lazier you get about it. Until you get to the point where you're too lazy to use it. And you kind of just wish that someone else would think of all your ideas. I think this is wonderful that I had this realization. I think it's wonderful because it led me to this point, that this thing that is way more work than I need to do, I'm somehow not lazy about. Let that sink in for a second. AI, the thing that, you know, makes everything easy, made me want to give up. You know, just not try. It just didn't feel like a good use of my time. And then later, when I was just like grinding art out, pixel by pixel, vertex by vertex, I was like, what's going on? How come I'm not too lazy to do this? Like, it's like sharpening a knife. You just sit there doing it. And like, the more you do it, the better you are at it. You know, I don't need to be anti-AI because I feel like everyone already agrees, or at least everyone in my vision already thinks it's stupid. And I would actually end up arguing with these people because I'd probably be like, wait, You don't even realize the stupidest thing about it. But, you know, I also said NFTs were stupid, and they ended up doing them. I still think they're stupid. I always thought they were stupid. But I also thought the cliche of hating on them was stupid, so I ended up using them. I made money, which wasn't very much, but I didn't think that was stupid, and I still don't. I just don't think it's a very good idea. Doesn't feel good to do that. I think there's an important... I think it's really important that people understand that, like, bullying doesn't work. You didn't get me to stop using AI. I stopped using it on my own. I was never on the team or against the team. I was thinking for myself. This is so much more satisfying though than sitting there typing. I'm not gonna shit on you. Everybody should use it at least once to know what it can and can't do. You know, like if you're that terrified of AI, at least find out what it can really do, and maybe it can do something good for you. But that's not for the fucking company to tell you. Don't think that they know anything. They don't even know how to use their own machines. They all they know is how to turn it into a stock market asset. Anyway, sorry to talk about AI for so long. I think it's important that I had this realization. You know, I love making art. It's not even just that I love it, it's that I can't stop. I see a lot of people very sarcastically and insincerely encouraging those people to make art, and I'm begging you to do it, but sincerely. You know, tell those people that they can get a better result if they draw it. Tell those people that no matter who you are, we're all waiting to see what you create. I think there is an inherent problem with the anti-crowd being, like, so protective. Art doesn't belong to the artists. It belongs to humanity. That's not, you know, that's not integrity. That's just, like, that's just gatekeeping. And I, you know, I understand that these people are very hateful towards artists, but this is their first taste of making art. Maybe it's a good thing. AI has a visual stank about it when used in a visual sense. Can you please release the song in the Dog of Wisdom trailer? I'm very glad you like it. I should do a full version. I have another song I'd like to do, actually, that I would like to, whenever I can put the game on sale again, I'd like to release a second trailer. The stank you refer to is like, you know, the way I think of it is like, you can make, you know, any human person can make a bad drawing and it can still be full of life, but not a computer, no matter how much skill it harvests. And why is that? It almost defies logic, because it does seem to be able to do some things an artist can do, but not in the way an artist can do them. So what the fuck? I think it's because a computer doesn't have any emotional intelligence. Artificial intelligence is one thing, and it's very impressive, but it's nothing compared to emotional intelligence. Uh, there's no want, there's no need, and yeah, I know a human typed in the prompt, but it's only half there. Okay, so here's another one. I saw this thumbnail by Mike Matei for the AVGN, did like a new Bubble Bobble video, and my first thought was that's AI. He used AI, and if that's true, that's very sad because the whole point was that he made these kind of bad drawings that were funny. And then somebody sends me a photo of the pencil drawing he did. It's like, I guess I was wrong. I guess it's not actually AI. But then I looked at it again. I was like, you know what? I think it's still AI. And it's like, okay, there's gotta be something. I don't think I'm crazy. I will not be gaslit. There was some shenanigans here. He must have used it to color it in. Because if you look closely at the drawing, which I do not recommend doing, it has like a lot of weirdness. There's a lot of strange looking things. And it's like it's just a gut feeling at first, but then you look at the details and it's like totally not 100% him. So what the fuck? The fuck is that he thought he could get away with it because the result is very much what he drew. It looks like his drawing, but it still shows you can still see the effects of the model, that same fucking model that's everywhere. If he didn't use it, then he made it look like that on purpose. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. That shit is AI. It's partially AI. And, I'm confused because, like, this is a whole new thing. And this is true even if I'm completely wrong about this. That AI can take a perfectly good real drawing and make it look like shit. Again, I'm not judging him. I just think it's an interesting... I just think that's very interesting that even when you make real art, if you try to filter it through AI, it could sap the actual soul out of it. Like, it actually had soul, and then it was gone. So what the fuck? I think the fuck is that we expect a certain type of crudeness from his art, and we see this post processing trying to inject its, like, what do you call it? The pretentious AI artist is trying to show off its skills, and nobody's impressed with that. It's like AI, can you make this look like I drew it? And it's like, ooh, that sounds fun. Like, the AI Stewie Griffin will be like, ooh, this is so fun, jolly good. It's like he's dressed up as a girl to get into the girls' locker room. Now no one will say I'm gay. Wasn't that satisfying? Looked at the AVGN video, the Shang looks sus. Alright, here, I'll point it out. I'll fucking show you exactly what I mean. I'll show you the fucking... the somethings. I'll show you specifically what I'm talking about. And then I'll be like, now that's what I'm talking about. Alright, so here, we got Flash open. Let's scroll up to find the images. I got some high res pics. Because I was looking at this fucking dog shit. Diarrhea dump. Donkey douchebag. Rather fuck a dumpus. Okay, so here's the drawing. You know, looks real to me. I see the humanity in this. I can see the crudeness, the roughness. Look at all this cross-hatching. That's done by hand. It appears to be all in order. And it's the same picture as the final image. But it's still, there's still something weird here. Why is it so soupy in the details? Why did the AI insist on fixing the perspective on his eyelids? Why did the AI add this fake cross-hatching next to the real cross-hatching? Why did he badly try to cover up the fact that it made bad cross-hatching here and there? Why didn't he just... Okay, so, like... This is weird, because, like, he totally did this cross-hatching, but then, like, look how soupy this stuff is. He didn't make any of that. Look at these lines compared to those lines. Look at how blobby these bubbles get in the details. And yeah, you could say some of the data was lost in the scan, or maybe he used Photoshop to confuculize it a bit. But that doesn't make it redraw the entire fucking image. Like, the first thought I had was, is this AI? And even after seeing proof that it's not AI, I'm still convinced. I mean, it could just be a lot of post-production, but I don't think so. I think all these lines were just completely redrawn by the computer. Like, you know, I saw this and I was like, oh, for sure, that's AI. Because look at it, doesn't make any sense. What the fuck is that? And then it's like, I'm like Seymour Skinner looking at Homer's actual handwriting and being like, never mind. But still, like, that's not the same hatching as that. It's interpolated. Look, there's like lines that didn't exist. There's shit that wasn't there and it didn't look like that. This is a computer's interpretation of his drawing. I will die on this hill. Like, it added details that weren't even there. It added stroke shit that wasn't like that. Unless he got a person to make it look like shit on purpose. I don't think that he did this himself. I think the text is also very strange. There's even more hatching that wasn't there. He said he scanned it and that he doesn't own a tablet. He doesn't like using tablets or something like that. I think he posted this image just to show everyone he really drew it because they got a couple comments saying it was AI. Look, you could just admit it if you used AI. Come on. The thing is, if you get away with it, then you're allowed to use it. That's my rule anyway. So I did dabble in it. I found a couple of uses for it, but ever since then I've been struggling to find a use for it in my work, because you know it's like backgrounds. Nah, people look at the details and then get mad when they realize they don't mean anything. You know, I'm not just making shitty products. I actually care about the quality of my work. You can't just sacrifice your audience unless you want to make a proportionate amount of AI bullshit to make up for it. It feels like that's where it's headed. If you choose AI, that means your audience will disappear and you'll be forced to make twice as much garbage for the audience that's still there. And that audience will be really dumb. They'll demand slop. Remember to have some water. Good idea. There's a reason why I always, well, okay, I don't always model it from scratch, but I usually feel like it now. I usually want to. You know, there's a gun that appears in my latest video, and I didn't feel like making that again. I took all the like props from that club scene in the music video, and I reused a lot of them. The playing cards, the gun, the wine bottle. But then I also made a bunch of stuff from scratch. Like, using AI is basically like retiring at 30. Don't do that. You're not all washed up yet. Holy shit. Like, people will say anything to try and convince me that I'm past my prime and that my, you know, the good old days are behind us. Don't listen to them. They just want you to get fed up with life and use AI or kill yourself. And unfortunately, it seems like it works sometimes. What's up with Max? Max wanted to die. It's, you know, the sad thing is that I totally want to die too. Like, everything he said makes sense. But, you know, don't kill yourself. Like, don't fucking say you're gonna kill yourself. That's yeah, I think he gets it now, but like, that's so bad, because, you know, it's not just him. You say you're gonna kill yourself online and people will die. It's you know, it's not funny. And well, maybe it's a little funny. It's funny that he's not gonna die. That's great. Do I forgive Max? I forgive him for being a bad friend to me. I can tell now that he needs a lot of love. It's like, look at the outpouring of support he got. People weren't just gonna give that to him. This is a person who's like emotionally guarded, and for the first time he actually felt something. And it wasn't from people telling him that he sucks. It was from people saying, "Don't do it. We love you." And I think that helped him snap out of it. He's not gonna kill himself now, but like, Holy shit, that was distressing to a lot of people. You know, I know I started with what's up with him, but that's kind of funny because I actually understand everything. It's not his fault he wanted to die. It's the fucking algorithm made him feel like he's lived past his moment. It was like, oh, you made people laugh in the 2000s. Time to die. That's how people treat me. You think I want to listen to them? No, but it gets to you. It gets to you when people act like, I miss the old Junkrat. Okay, I'll fucking die then. I'll just fucking die. Is that what you want? And then, like, you know, when it's like, what's going on? The answer is shockingly like, oh, I wanted to kill myself because I don't have $300. Also ridiculous, but I understand completely. It's like when my car gets towed, it's like the end of the fucking world. It's like a minor inconvenience to some, but to someone struggling, it's like, well, maybe I should consider heading over to Switzerland for, you know, doctor-assisted euthanasia. Like, I'm not gonna make fun of that. I'm just gonna laugh that he's not gonna die. I'm glad you're still with us. I hope that, I don't know, I hope something can change, not just for him, but for me. I've received so much cruelty, and I feel like the justification is that I've had a great career. AI is usable at times, but if you're lazy enough to do graphic design and art with it, then your NGMI not gonna make it. That's a really funny acronym, actually. Not gonna make it, you say. Not gonna make it? Literally, because the computer made it. You didn't make it. No, you were not gonna make it, actually. You will make someone else make it. Someone else who's probably dead because, you know, the AI is based off of old data. I haven't seen AI try to copy me yet, but I have seen people do like Boobus Doobus LARP channel, where it's like, here's my impression of a popular YouTuber. Here's my my Dr. Stumpskins or whatever, my fake Dr. Pepper version of Poopus Boobus, who's a fake version of Joe. Centaur. Sorry, I already forget what I'm trying to do. Origin to geometry. That's it. Oh yeah, I could do that for a bunch of these things because I think it's really fun to just like copy and paste an object and then morph it into something completely different. It's like makes me feel powerful. And I think that's why people are attracted to AI. The whole like being able to make something in a millisecond makes them feel powerful. I gotta warn you though, you will not feel very powerful when you run out of tokens or when your internet goes out. Just letting you know that to rely on a machine to do your homework for you is, yeah, one day you're gonna show up empty-handed. And then what? So a dog just attempted to shoot me with a gun. Did you get his badge number? Sorry, I meant to do this. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, but you know, Max is in a very Max way is dealing with something a lot of us go through. I didn't like what I heard. I didn't like when I heard it. But we're all a little responsible, aren't we? That could let a guy like that go unchecked for so long. Just like leave him to die. I had a falling out with him because I thought he was a real jerk to me. Many years ago. And ever since then, I've kind of just, you know, whenever I checked up on him, it was like he's playing video games, he's streaming, he seems happy, whatever. He's not happy. He's playing the algorithm, and he has been, and well, the algorithm would have taken his life, not himself. It would have been the algorithm who killed him. It's the algorithm who's been slowly killing everybody, twisting them into stupid assholes, all that crap. I don't think he deserves what he got. You know, even though he made some stupid shit that wasn't funny. It's basically your job to not be funny when you're a comedian. How else would you be funny if you don't? Well, look, I will criticize him for often being not funny, but I think it's because he's made a career of just like getting negative attention. It's not like he's the only one. Who, me? Yeah, me. Of course, everyone does it. Everyone who's that fed up, everyone who's that ready to fucking die. Aren't you glad I'm still here? I wanted to kill myself. Instead, I made Rick and Morty parody. I made it instead of killing myself. I mean, you know, I probably wasn't gonna seriously do it, but I was like living with the feeling that I just like to die. I just like to stop living. Like, you think about what that really means to die, to choose to die. I see someone like him do it, and suddenly it's like, oh my god, you can't fucking say that. You can't put that idea in people's heads that everybody's gonna go sometime. Like, that's not, no. You're not terminally ill. You know, I'm not trying to minimize his like chronic pain or anything. I'm just saying you're not like you're not going to suffer your entire life. You are basically making the decision now to deal with it properly. I'm happy that people reacted the way they did. With compassion. People were upset you weren't going to voice act in Has Been Hotel, but that was a blessing in disguise. it's been done already. I already did that. I did it a full amount, and now you can get AI to do the rest. I did it the perfect amount. I did it, one time. I had a few lines, and now it's a formula. You can just copy it. I gotta admit, I never really even got the role I was supposed to be doing. I didn't really get it, so better off with somebody doing an impression of me, which is what they prefer. But that is too bad that some people were disappointed. I should have a permanent role in a series one day, shouldn't I? I would love to be the David Cross in Arrested Development of something. It's like some people are watching it just because I'm in it. That'd be awesome. You know how satisfying that was just now to select all of those? It's like, with computer generated, with AI generated work, I kind of don't even know if it's really art, so I'll call it work in this instance. You think, the person doing it thinks the whole point is the product, but the product doesn't even matter. And that's what terrifies them, that what they're doing isn't even art. I implore you to not try to reason with them. They're not going to listen to that. But maybe show a little bit more kindness, that maybe they could be on your side. Maybe they're actually on your side. The effect the ring has on even good-hearted people like Frodo. It's like, you can't just write off Frodo. He saved the world, but he too was fell victim to temptation. Sadly, you're permanently attached to the Hazbin Hotel fandom wiki. That's fine. I don't care. That's great. You can talk about how, there's that cartoon where the lesbian girl's like, hey, it's that egg Joe Gran used to voice, and that's the legacy. That's the legacy of the character. That's not my legacy. Look, I'm about to do something really satisfying. Oh. It's really satisfying, Gee. I'm like that freakish wizard from Gauntlet. I'm like, oh. I'm not saying there's no parts of the artistic process I'd like to speed through. For one thing, I could be creating my own computer. I could be writing my own software. To not do that is basically cheating. But, there's some cheating I'll be willing to do. I'll use AI if it feels like I made it. If it doesn't feel like I've been robbed of the process. It's just that there's no real tools for artists. The tools are for people who hate making art, and it's not because they can't draw, it's because they think they can't draw, it's because they think they have to be good at it. But ironically, their bad drawings would be a lot better than something they didn't even make. You know, the thing about Hazbin Hotel, you know, my name being on the wiki, it's like people can say anything they want about you. They can say that I'm all washed up. They can say that I'm jealous and bitter and that I'm, you know, from the past. I don't have to believe any of that. Neither do you. It's all just like garbage that you can buy at Walmart. It's like you can go to walmart.com and buy a little plaque that says I missed the old Joe Grad. What does that mean to me? It doesn't have to mean anything. It means something if I make it mean something. I should like maybe I should make some VR chat worlds with these models or some shit. That'd be fun, right? Well, I don't really play VR chat anymore. It's kind of a pain. Kind of lonely. It's kind of the most lonely I've ever been in a video game or otherwise. I bet this is how they modeled the real, like the original actual like model of the mouse when they made it. They probably just cheaped out. Oh yeah, just now I cheaped out. Check it out. I cheaped out. All I did was copy and paste this motherfucker. Why? Because I'm lazy. No. It's well, like I was saying about if I ever did use AI, it's not about saving time. I don't believe that. I don't believe it anymore. If it can be used for anything good, it'll take just as long. That's just what I believe. You know, I think you can use it for stuff, but it's like the kind of thing where it's like you know, in Jurassic Park they would like show the like CG dinosaur from far away, and then for the close-up they would show like a gigantic dinosaur animatronic. It's because, you know, for one thing, the technology was pretty new and not everybody working on the movie could do that. But the other thing is like it's just better. It's just better for the movie. It's a better idea. You don't want to make everything CG because people will be able to tell. They'll be able to tell, and it'll bother them. And if it bothers them, then your movie has a problem. So I would probably use AI for like a 3-frame thing that I didn't feel like making. You know, or that like making it would have been worse somehow. You know, an effect. Stuff like that. Something blurry because it's not really good enough to show. It's like it's funny to me whenever I see like an obviously fake image being used as if it's like a real one. It's like, you know, everyone can see it and it bothers them, right? And that, you know, that's what's making a lot of people mad, is that the backlash doesn't seem to bother the company. The company is just like, oh, they don't like it? Okay, then let's see. AI, how do we shove it down their throats more effectively? And it's really obvious that they're not even using their own brains. But, you know, that's maybe something I would say it's good for. If you are not very good at thinking, or if you're too angry to think, you can describe the problem to a machine and it can interpret it. So that's what I think is useful about it. It's like, if I'm really mad about something, I'll be like, fucking stupid fucking shit. And then the AI will be like, I know, that is really frustrating. And like fully understand what I was saying even through the anger. Because when you're talking to a person, they try to turn into like stupid fucking content. A machine has no desire like that. Only a person armed with a machine. That's why it's evil, not because the machine wants to be evil. Can you release these models in VRChat or Gmod? You've watched the cartoon, now play the game. We gotta get Daniel Kogan back. I do have to agree, when I play VRChat, I feel a strong sense of isolation. I'm more socially anxious on VRChat than real life. Yeah, because I feel like people are even more, like, disengaged. They're like, you know, you think you're, like, facing a person to, like, talk to them. Your brain is telling you you're talking to a real person. But then they open their mouth and they're just like... It's like... I can't even, like... Nobody takes anything seriously if they're all just in, like, a fake virtual world. Like, what kind of real conversations can you even have there? Skippity, skippity, skippity. Like, that's how it feels. I'm glad you made the choice to make Rick and Morty parody. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, is either find a release valve or just make it stop. And nobody would have liked that. If I had actually, like, somehow died, people would have been like, how? How did this happen? It's like, it happens. People kill themselves. They kill themselves because they suffer in silence, in darkness. The lady, the fox lady killed herself. It's so sad I don't even want to talk about it, but that really happened. And it's like you hear about someone dies, it's like, but they didn't seem like they were suffering, but actually they were being harassed a lot. Enough to end them. I'm happy that Max said something instead of just fucking doing it. Imagine how that would have fucked us all up. You know, I see some comments saying the Max thing has really fucked me up. And I was really fucked up by it. I'm very happy he's not gonna die. I'm happy he's talking about it instead of being emotionally constipated to death. It's like, you know, he made a post after that saying, I'm not gonna die, oh god, I'm gonna be made fun of for the rest of my life for this. That's better than dying, though. And anyone who makes fun of you is probably just happy you didn't die. Like, imagine it. There's like no more, you know, like no more anything. No more happiness or sadness. No more fear. No more delight. No more Simpsons quotes. No more, like, rolling something around in your fingers. It's final. And like, he held up a people held up a mirror and he was disturbed like everyone else was disturbed. It's much better to be made fun of than to die. I'd rather people hate me for the rest of my life for making Rick and Morty parody than the horrible alternative. It should be funny. It should be funny to him that something like the algorithm, something that has no worth at all, would have been the end of your life, the thing that makes you die. If you're out of the loop on this, Max is a animator who's recently, in recent years he's been making very clickbaity, kind of cynical work that has now, resulted in him wanting to die. Just the stress of being alive combined with physical ailments, and I think people say shit about him. They're like, everyone hates him, right? It's like, don't be surprised if he wants to die later. You love your little slop channels, but what if it turns lethal? Left-handed PC. I think it's more that they're using the numpad a lot more than the mouse. So they need the numpad for their dominant hand. I was considering not even having a mouse, but there should be a mouse on this computer. Some of these old ass computers didn't use a mouse. Okay, so now I feel like we need a pile of bullshit right there. I'm trying to remember from my childhood when I got in trouble. I got sent to the office a lot. I would throw things and they would accidentally hit the principal. And I'm serious, it was an accident, but I also hated his guts. Maybe I didn't hate his guts before that, but who knows? Yeah. I'm glad Max is still kicking. I'm glad that he's not traumatizing his followers by killing himself. I mean, it is traumatizing, even though he's still around. It's traumatizing just to think about it. But that must have been a wonderful feeling for him. The feeling of shame and the shame at what he almost did, and also the support that nobody wants you dead. But it feels that way. It felt like people wanted me dead. It's like I miss the old Joe Gran. Like even sounds like a harmless comment, but when I hear it 1,000 times a day for 5 years, it's like, yeah, I should just die, shouldn't I? And then how would those people feel if I was just gone? Suddenly they would be like, oh man, all these videos he never made. Max. I've had my problems with him, but Max is incredibly talented. He shouldn't be dying. He should be directing. He should be put to work. He should be given a real job. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this world that someone like that thinks that they're all washed up? I even joked about this. I even made jokes about this in Rick and Morty parody. I even made an episode all about how, you know, Joe, me, kills himself. and it's like all the characters are at my funeral, and it's like, man, what a tragedy. How could we have prevented this? You know, I decided to live with the horrible fantasy instead of die. In the jazz song video, what samples did you use for the saxophone? All of the instruments are the Roland Sound Canvas. If you're interested in making stuff that sounds like the 90s, I suggest you look that one up. Look up Roland Sound Canvas. That's every single friggin' sound you've ever heard from the 90s is in there. And, you know, anything else you can probably Foley with your mouth. It's like the kind of thing that sounds really simple and dated now, but at the time would have sounded awesome compared to the kind of computer music you were used to. And, you know, some once in a while, you know, if you're playing Pizza Tower or whatever, you can hear it sound awesome again. I'm still not sure how to do this desk. I guess, here, let's try it like this. Yeah, that's pretty good. But yeah, I'm not happy that it came to this, but I am glad that anybody who was like, yeah, he should kill himself, was made fun of. You know, that they were the fucking people leading the conversation. Poor Max has to live with his condition. I think he can get the help he needs. He just needs more money. He needs better health care. He needs a doctor who's actually going to help him. He doesn't need to end it all, or at least, you know, I'm not a doctor, but I don't think we should be encouraging it. I think you should be exhausting every option before you make the ultimate sacrifice. We don't seem to have numlock anymore. Numlock doesn't seem to be a standard thing for keyboards, or at least I don't think so. We used to have a couple of these little LEDs, not just, I have just one on my keyboard for caps lock. Don't know if this is anything. But this is an important lesson that one, that people suffer in silence, and two, that people aren't so bad. They're not as bad as he expected them to be. You know, he thought that like his shitty Steven Universe cartoon that he made was, you know, he thought that made him persona non gratis, like, or whatever it is. You know, excluded from society. Not so. It's just something that deserves to be made fun of a little because it sucks. But that's all it is. It just sucks. It's not like something that invalidates him as an artist or a comedian. It's just boo, boo. And that's the the mature thing, is to acknowledge everybody's humanity, even racists. And he says he's not racist. He says he will make fun of you. I buy it. Isn't that wonderful though? Like, people aren't so bad. People weren't so bad. It's just when you don't really see otherwise. You don't really see evidence to the contrary. You can get all caught up in whatever thoughts you have. Like, you know what? I should just end my life. You know what would be epic? I should just end my life. Like, seems like a good idea when nobody is telling you no. And he thought, just like a lot of people like us think, that they can, because we spend so much time making videos that are one-sided, we think that we can just like completely anticipate everyone's reaction. Like, here's Max before saying it. He's like, I'm gonna go to Switzerland and end my life. And then in his mind, the audience was like, you know what? We'll miss you, but that's your decision. Like, you'd have to be extremely, not crazy, just extremely isolated to think that that's the reaction. Like, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Like, that's crazy. I'm sorry, it's not crazy. He is not crazy, because I've also thought that. I've also thought that no one will miss me. It's a distortion, and it's not natural to get so caught up in ideas, in bad ideas, that this is how people commit all sorts of horrible crimes. They think about it, and then they think about it, and then they think it has to be done. I'm not trying to make fun of him. It's not funny. Who'd you get to sing in the commercial? The Hababa dog cured my depression. That's good. Maybe I can cure everyone's depression. Who did I get? That's me. That's my voice. Just pitched up a little bit. Just sped up. What got you into 3D modeling? I've been trying to get into it myself. I'd like to know what got you hooked on it. Well, it's been a while, I think. I was 12 years old when I began. I already knew how to draw, but I kind of feel like 3D was the first thing I got into, like, seriously, as a craft, as a career. Not trying to psych you out. I'm just telling you it was a long ass time ago. I played Super Mario Sunshine when it came out. And I think that's what did it. I think after playing that game, I was like in love with the medium of 3D art. Because, you know, look at the other games and stuff before that. There's a lot of gray. It was a lot of realism. You know, just look at the previous 3D Mario. It's like trying to be real. Zelda is trying to look real. And as they went on, they fell away from that, you know, kind of like impressive looking for the time tech demo aesthetic and started going more stylized, you know, like a little bit more unique and not just like generic. So a game like Mario Sunshine, hang on, volume, center of mass? That's it. So a game like Mario Sunshine was like the first really stylized 3D Nintendo game that I can remember. And then after that, pretty much all of them had a kind of 3D stylized look. You know, Metroid Prime, Twilight Princess, Breath of the Wild, and the like generic look of 3D started to not appeal. So I think there was like something very visceral about it. Something very visceral about like a game like Mario Sunshine. You can eat that game. You can sink your teeth into those models. They're food. It's foodliest. There's like foodings. it's like the foodist, if you know what I'm saying. Here, I'm gonna be John Lasseter and sand underneath this desk. This is like the absolute most brain rotted thing you can do, but also I think it's the best thing you can do as an artist. It's like look at this surface. Let me sand down. Like I'm being a fucking freak right now. But I think you have to be in order to make something worthwhile. You can't just make art for the product. You got to make the whole thing, the whole everything. Have you been referencing your keyboard? Yeah, it's right there. So it's pretty easy to just look down. I feel like we need like some other crapus over here, some shelving or something. Oh, but anyway, you asked me uh how can you get into it? Well, I described something that was so it was so powerful to me that it was like impossible to ignore. And it was like a monkey on my back. You know, you gotta find your love. You gotta find your love for it, or else there's no point. You know, why am I making such a drab environment? It's because I know what its purpose is in the story. I'm making a full story. An office water dispenser. Thank you. That's a really good suggestion. Thank you. Yeah, I think I will. Make myself a water thing. A water thiv. Totally one of the things they would have. What? I just watched every Dog of Wisdom video you made. I can't believe that was your voice as the jazz lady. You fooled me. Yeah, it's me. You just put on a little filter. You gotta have those jazz hands. You gotta pull your jazz feet to the floor. And it's just like a little teeny bit sped up, which makes it sound even more VHS, which I wanted. It's a teeny tiny bit off key because of that, which I also like. Real satisfying to make this stuff. I will warn you, if you don't like doing it, then you don't have to. Maybe you shouldn't. If you find it too boring, too technical, too tedious, then you don't have to keep sticking with it. But I will say that if you do stick with it, you may find that is one of your favorite things to do. Like me, I'm doing this right now instead of drawing because, well, this just feels right. Feels like not a terrible use of my time. It's like, look how fun this is. Make a code, make it really big like this. Like you make it gigantic. Or actually, it would be pointed down like that, and then you just go like, double click on that. Look, I'm getting a little kick out of this. I've probably made one of these before, but why would I go looking for the file when I could just make it so easy? It's like healing to be doing this stuff. I've had someone claim that I'm like virtue signaling by embracing real art over AI. It's like, not virtue signaling. I hate you. I don't need validation from a bloodthirsty mob of psychopaths. What they want is to destroy. I'm trying to create. Like, satisfying is all hell. Oh yeah, if it's satisfying, then it's good. Like I could have also like made every single one of these from scratch, but that would stop being fun. I think there's something to be said when it's still fun, you're still having a good time doing it, you get a little kick out of it. You gotta find that balance. And this is why I can't write off technologies like AI. I just don't want them doing my job. Like that. I think it's just on top, like on this thing's shoulder. Okay, so this one took a while for me to understand, but like when something is orange like that, it means it's active. So if you wanted to do send to active, you do shift select, selection to active. You'll get it after the 5 millionth time you do it. Mentioning that I was 12 years old when I started shouldn't psych you out if you're older than that. It should just let you know that you ought to get started as soon as you can, because this stuff does take time. But you know, don't even think about the time. Don't even think about the time. Time doesn't matter. It's not meaningless, but it doesn't matter that much. It's like I've been doing this since I was a kid, since I was 12 or 13. And like, here I am, still doing it. Like, what did time even prove? That I still love it, that it's still good, that I'm still the same. You know, I don't even think I'm better. I'm just more skilled. This is what we need to encourage non-artists who want to be artists to think. That their lack of skill doesn't make them worse. Might even make them better. It's like, you know, I was talking about Toby Fox's drawings. He's not really good at drawing, but he's great at it. It's like there's something, he's doing something right when literally thousands of artists with literally thousands of times more skill than him are copying his ideas and doing his ideas. There's a guy who, in quotes, can't draw, but that has never stopped him. It never stopped Matt Groening. He has more TV shows than people who can draw. And that's really, I think that's really important that Matt Groening draws like that. It's a rebellion. It's part of his whole image. Just because he's not drawing like fucking Da Vinci doesn't mean that his ideas aren't well communicated. You've expressed a distancing from this before and for valid reasons. You're a very talented voice actor. Have you considered collabing with other projects besides Fox in Space? Well, sure. It's just that there aren't too many projects out there that are knocking the door down to get my voice. I did some voices for Johnny Phillips a while ago. I played a police officer that screams at someone for running a pirate radio station or running a pirate television station. Something about ESPN. It was like, you can't keep hijacking ESPN with your worm show. gosh, it's hot. Let me go get some water. My ice is all melted. What software would you recommend to start with? You talking just like 3D stuff, like in general? Well, I guess it depends on your level of experience now. Although I suppose doesn't matter. The answer is probably always going to be Blender, because Blender is just the most easy thing to recommend to people who haven't done any software, don't have the money to buy software. Blender's free. Blender's always going to be free. You know, if they ever decide it's not free anymore, then you can just get an old archived version. So yeah, I would say definitely Blender, but I'm not gonna lie, it's a little tricky. Took me a while to get used to it, but that's just anything. I was the same way with 3ds Max and Maya, and now I was the same with Blender. You gotta stick with it. When you stick with it for just you know, couple weeks, couple months, a year, you'll be fluent. You'll eventually be fluent. I gotta see a reference for this one. But yeah, if you let them convince you that making art is just about the product, it's just about having a job, then they're probably going to make you use AI at some point at that job. If you want to continue to resist like me, Blender is your option, or it's the best option. I think at this point there might be a whole bunch of tools that are free. There might even be simpler ones that are easy to get started, but from experience I'll say Blender, and I'll say it again. I'll say Blender, 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 Blender. Blender is fully capable. It's industry standard. That's recent. That is a recent thing. Blender's now one of their like corporate sponsors was like Netflix recently. It's like, you know, they're just another customer, but that was interesting still to see that Netflix themselves are now fully using Blender, or, you know, fully embrace Blender at least. You know, there's still a lot of people whose skill sets are Maya, and it really is a pain to try and learn Blender if all you know is Maya. So like, you know, those people, I was one of them, but those people were very reluctant. Those people are very reluctant, have a good reason. It's just, you know, can't be asked. But if you can be asked, I recommend being asked by Blender, because it's so much better having a community, like a big community of just like, you know, literally anybody's, instead of Maya, which is industry people. It's kind of a smaller pool. Yeah, like if you have a question a Maya question versus a Blender question, I feel like you'll find a lot more people will be able to answer your Blender question. Even if Blender is a little bit more user unfriendly, it has the friendly users. What is this friggin' toilet? I'm trying to make a spout. So I'm actually starving, but I don't want to end the stream just yet. I might sneak away and make something to eat and come back. Give me like 10 minutes, okay? All right, I'm back. Oh, thank you, Florida, for the bits. Hang in there, baby. Let's see. Do I want to do some subsurface on these? A little bit. Like there needs to be more crap, like a shelf with files. Let's see. How do I look this reference picture up? Like a an old kind of metal. Could just try and see if it looks right. What's outside the room? So this is like the waiting room. And in there's the principal's office. Which, I don't really feel like modeling, but maybe I'll do a couple things. You can throw a desk in there. Change the carpet to a different color. Oopsie daisy. There, just like that, is one of the friggin' glitches that I can't stand about Blender. I changed the color and now I can't undo it. I change it back. Yeah, this little sequence of thing, the sequence of thing is like a little bit, sometimes you forget. It's like first you click the plus, then you find the material you want to copy, then you hit this button. I didn't hit that button, so when I changed it to red, it made everything red. But we're not gonna go into this room, so we're not gonna see that much. So I'm gonna cheap out a little. It's not wrong to cheap out, but I think you just don't want to cheap out on your soul. You know, like I think there's a lot of really soulless things you can make. You know, you could make a Star Wars movie. You could say, I'm making this movie because it really needed to be made. Because, like, Even you don't believe that. Interesting. This one's like invisible. Oh no, it's just reversed. There's probably just going to be a door covering this up, but the door opens, so you might see inside a little. There's like a lot of little secret thingies you need to learn, like recalculate outside. I don't know if you can tell I'm doing something here, but basically, when you make a polygon, it's not just like the same on both sides. Polygons are one-sided. It saves space, I guess. So like sometimes your polygons need to be flipped around. Like here, let me do an example. Like maybe you did it by mistake, but some of your polygons get flipped and you don't even notice until you shade smooth it. It looks weird. And it's like, what do? I tried everything. um, you invert it, and then you flip those, then suddenly they're both flipped. But what you want to do is recalculate outside. You select all, and then recalculate outside, and that just makes it so every face is facing outward. Like if you go inside, you can see that like the backs of these faces are different from the fronts. A rotary phone? Maybe not, but you're right. There must be a telephone. A telephone that goes. So annoying. So annoying! Now I get to finally vent about it through my work. Isn't that fun? Oh, and don't forget their annoying fucking printers that never shut up. This thing could be a printer. Let me look up printer 90s. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I've seen this bitch. Can do that. You need all that junk, don't you? Printer, phone. And when one rings, you hear like 20 of them ringing. Oh yeah, I'll use the 8.5 by 11 paper to scale it. Although the printer paper back then didn't really look like this. I'm not even sure if it was 8.5 by 11. Also, yeah, I'm looking at a printer that I'm not sure is even the kind I want. Wait, did they actually print out the top? Because I feel like that's what I want. Alright. I think that's what we're doing. This is what we're doing. You know, you remember. I mean, a lot of you weren't alive, but I'm sure if you ever saw Homestar Runner, that wait, you weren't alive for that either. I will do I will do anything to avoid making a texture. I don't know why. I think it's just because I've had too many experiences where the texture didn't load. It's like I just want to completely avoid that if I can. Like looking around for textures on my computer is not fun. Only do things that are fun. I mean, I'm a little bit joking and a little bit not. Not everything is going to be fun, but I think fun is the compass. It is the North Star. Like it should be a really bad side if it's not fun. If you're not having fun, if you're just doing it for no reason. Yeah, the undo is like really not working with this. I am using a sort of old version though. Alright, here, let me do like this. Oh, you can do that. Interesting. All kinds of crundus to it. Let me do 2 different bricks. One of them will be the lines on the page. The other will be the holes on the paper. How's that? I can't even see. Can't even see where that line is. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a better way to do this. To the fucker's delight. Copy this and do that. Of course, it doesn't work if you forget to copy it. There we go. Now it looks like what I want it to look like. Does what I want it to do. It's the computer. It's a box in a room. Does what I want it to do. You young people, don't you know what the computer can do? It's computer. Do is all it does. hold pressing up in edit mode, pressing up and down lets you go up and down in hierarchy. So like if you double click this edge loop, you can press up to select all the other edge loops in the area. There, now it looks just like, well, maybe not just like, let's make it a little smaller like that. Perfect. It is so satisfying-y. You know, I say perfect, it's actually not, but that's okay. What matters is that I have this beautiful reference image of this stupid old fucking printer. So it's lovely. Got like a little rainbowy logo, so you know it's a color printer. Even though nobody's using it for that. You're using it to make the world boring with more gray. Pieces of paper that ruin your day. That rhymes. Sometimes instead of making a cylinder with the like cylinder tool, I do this shit. Like I just take a point or a line. I do that. And then using the edge loop tool, I do that. And then I do all this crap. That's one way to do it. Select, do merge by distance, and voila. You got yourself a little cylinder. This printer that says it's quiet, and then you hear it and it's like not sure what these little things are for. These like crevices, but they all have them. I guess it's just a seam. It's where one piece fits into another, I guess. Here, let's make more cylinder. Get more detailed this time. Go away. I'm always getting these, like these little leftovers. There we go. Not bad. We got a printer. And make sure you have hotkeys set to comfortable spot. Don't cross your arm over like I used to do. Make sure you have one mapped to focus so you can zoom in. It does two things. It zooms in, but it also sets it so the camera orbits around that. Oh, this thing has two switches? Too bad. This one has one. That's creative liberties, baby. Just like the fact that there's no cables connected to those things. But there's cables connected to what you'll see. It's my cartoon, and I can do whatever I want. Is this a Dog of Wisdom video? This is a Audrey and Victor video, actually. I'm working on a film, and this is one of the sets. So, yeah. This scene doesn't appear for too long, but I still felt like it would be a good idea to model it so I'm not confused later when I have to animate and, you know, finish the backgrounds and everything. I mean, I also could use 3D as backgrounds, but I don't think I'm going to. Let's see, metal shelves. Yeah, like this. Yeah, I got a reference image. Too easy. Oh, that actually looks kind of like a shelf, but not the kind I'm trying to make. Chair looks cute, not comfortable. Well, I'm actually sitting in it right now, and it's not so bad. I've had worse chairs than this. I would have probably replaced it by now if it was really uncomfortable. I do really like how this turned out. It looks just like it. Alright, alright. I'll just make a stupid texture. Because none of these things work. Uh, there's a few maddening things about 3D, like UVs is one of them. Kind of sucks. Just one of those things you need to know. There's really no way around it. Except avoiding it, like I'm doing. Not even work-a-thin. I mean, I guess I could just use a image, like a base texture. Looks the same, honestly. This stuff is so much easier though in Blender than it ever was in Maya, because you get all these panels, you can do split screen stuff like this. Pretty freaking sweet if you ask me. Yeah, I still kind of hate it. Come back to that. One of those old phones. Yes, all of these things are made of the same stuff. Same yellow plastic. Yellow plastic crap. This stuff is all occupying dumpsters and landfills. Look what computer graphics did. They ruined product design. This is all stuff that was just like easy to 3D model. It's minimalist. Thanks for that, Homer Simpson. Bevel. And see what it does. If you double click near the edge like that, it'll select the edge loop in the direction you're going. See? Like this selected all of these except this top one in the loop that I was selecting. It's the same with vertices and edges. Just go the direction you want to go. Alright. Like, look how fucking lazy the person who designed this was. They just did this. They just did this, and then they designed the receiver to look just as stupid. Call it a fucking day. Yes, it's a landline, although we didn't call them that back then. We just called them telephones. Sometimes you think you need to recalculate outside and you don't. I don't know why it looks like that, but luckily it's on the side we're not looking at. Needs more junk. Yeah, you may be right. Could use a wastebasket or two. This desk kind of looks like it needs a drawer. Stickers on the computer. Well, this is kind of a sterile office, or else you would be right. There needs to be a table for this. Cables that were never connected to anything at all. The Truman Show. baseball bobblehead, a trophy. These are some good ideas, actually. Baseball bobblehead sounds pretty would be there. So yeah, like using a primitive or, you know, something like a starting point. I don't know. I feel like being lazy creatively is just like more fun. Like I'm turning this into a waste paper basket. Ironic, isn't it? Started out as paper and now it's for waste paper. You really need one right next to this thing. Or else you would, what would you have? You would just have these things on the floor, crushed. Next to the garbage or underneath it. This should have an alpha. Like that, a paper shredder, maybe. Anyway, what else is going on? Did you voice the dog? Uh. Uh. The, some people say that. Some have said. People are saying that I did the dog. It's true. I did the voice of Dogbert. I can't stay, but wanted to thank you. Actually got Dog of Wisdom tattooed. Well, I hope you love it for the rest of your life, because that's a tattoo, man. That's crazy that people get tattoos. Sorry, you're not crazy. I just think that's a little surreal for me, because I never thought that would ever happen. This doesn't even really look like what it's supposed to be. Maybe if I put some shreds of paper near it, though. What's with this weird floating cube? And why is this cube so round? I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. An entity in your back room? Well, it's gone now. But we still remember. The image this room is based off of is very liminal. Oh brother, these you gotta do something about this texture already. Can see through. Honestly, that's better already. Oh, thank you, Sink Drinker. Hello, Mr. Gran. Never been to one of these streams before, but I was wondering how you're animating that Toy Story video and Seinfeld video. It looks like some kind of VR motion capture. Have a good one. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's right here. Take a look over here. See, I have this. This is so Blender. This is Blender, the program I'm using, but Blender is a free program, but VR Puppetry is paid. It costs $15, 15 with an N. You go on itch, download VR Puppetry. You just gave me $13, so you could have asked for free, but you basically gave me the money to buy it. Thank you. It is worth every penny, as you can clearly see. It is the most fun I've ever had in my life. It takes a little bit of time to learn it, to get used to it. It's a little tricky. It's a little buggy. Sometimes crashes. But as you can see, it's incredibly useful. I can make stuff, animations, just moving my hands around. Yeah. I would love to demonstrate, but I'm kind of deep into this work. But on other streams, I've done a little live puppetry. And yeah, I hope you do get it, because to me, it's the way of the future. Way of the future. The 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 way of the the way of the future. Anyway, where was I? The way of the future. The way of the future. I mean, it's not even. It's the way of the past, but a more interesting past. You know. I think it's a more interesting future than whatever AI promises. Let me get you that link. And yeah. Get on down to itch.io and have yourself a time. How many computers have you went through to make your animation in your lifetime on YouTube? Have you had to get a new computer to make more animations? That's a good question. My first computer was a hand-me-down. It was the one that looked kind of like this. Then I got my own computer, which was a much better one. I went from DOS to Windows 95. Then I got a new computer. Well, I got another hand-me-down, but it was like a much more powerful computer. See if I can remember what year these were. My first computer was 80s, but I probably got it around 93, 94. Then I got my Windows 95 PC either in 95 or 96, 97. It wouldn't have been 98 because they replaced it with Windows 98. An IBM, I assume. Yeah, maybe. Maybe my first computer was an IBM. The Doom computer. Not because of the game Doom, but because you were doomed if you used it. So there was the first one, the DOS computer, the Windows 95 one. I know this isn't answering your question. I'm just trying to get to where you want me to. So it's like, okay, so in 95 or so, I got my Windows PC. That was my second computer. And then around 2000, 2001, yeah, it must have been like 2000 or 2001 that I got my more updated, more robust computer from my older brother's friend gave me one of his hand-me-downs. Then in 2006, I got my college computer. And that was what I made my first animations on. Yeah, I actually did my earliest stuff on the 2001 one, which was Windows 2000. Yeah, Windows 2000 computers where I first did my first 3D, my first Flash animations, all that stuff. 2006, I get a PC for college. It's, you know, even more powerful. I do a lot of 3D animations, that kind of thing. And then my first professional work, my first YouTube videos around 2008, I did on that PC. Then I got another hand-me-down, a tablet PC from my big sister, and I did a lot of animations on that. I did in around 2008 or 9. I did a lot of animations on that one. Ones that you've probably seen, like Blonic, Indiana Jones, those kind of things, that era. Then later I got another tablet PC when that broke. I did a lot on that. And eventually replaced my PC around 2012. And I made also a lot of stuff on that. I made Frumple's Quest. That's why I bought it, so I can make more cartoons. That eventually broke, and and then for a long time I had that one, the 2012 one. I had that one for like 10 years, and then finally I got my current PC that we're using right now. So let's count. There was the DOS one, the Windows 95 one, there was the Windows 2000 one, there was the Windows XP laptop, there was the replacement for the Windows XP laptop, also a Toshiba. That's 5. There was the 2006 Windows 7, I think. Windows 7 one that I got for college. There's the 2012 one that I had to replace that one with. That one was like Windows 8, something like that. Windows 8.1. And then we're up to number 8. This is the 8th computer, and it is the, let's see, the 5th or 6th one that I've been doing animations with. Yeah. Thanks for that little trip down memory lane. It was a DOS computer, actually. It could have been a Commodore. No. Commodore we also had. We had a Commodore. And my big sister, she just got one. We couldn't find what happened to ours. It may have been sold or thrown out. And she just got a brand new one, like new. It's amazing to see it. It's the kind that's like, quote unquote, portable. It's actually gigantic, but you could technically bring it around in a way that you couldn't do before. I'm a retro tech enthusiast. I have a Macintosh Plus. It's in my name, so I know way too much about computers. So, yeah, I liked that, for a while, Toshiba was doing these tablet PCs. They were cool. You could put the screen up and use it as a normal laptop, or you could swivel the screen and put it down and use it as a tablet, which is so cool in theory. In practice, it's just like absolutely unforgivable. Like, the design was genius, but it was so flawed. Every single one of those ever made was absolutely friggin' mangled by that. Like my tablet PC had a giant crack, like just massive crack, about to shatter the screen. It was horrible, but I still worked on that thing for years like that. It used to belong to my big sister, who gave it to me. All right, I demonstrated the flipping thing and then I just forgot to do it. It's like she used that tablet PC for years and then gave it to me. And I used it for years until it was basically destroyed. But yeah, there's a little history lesson. A little history of computers and me. I've had something like 8 computers, actually 9, because I have a laptop that I still have. And you know, there were other hand-me-down laptops I had that were temporarily mine. I don't really count those because well, yeah, maybe I did do some work on those, but they were never really my primary computer, so I kind of forgot about them. There were 2 other laptops. And yeah, I had a lot of hand-me-downs because we had a lot of computers in the house. Some computers were still pretty good, and they didn't really serve my dad anymore, so they became one of ours. Fun fact about retro computers and such, touchscreens actually existed way before 2000s, early 2010s. There was a mod you could get on those old-ass box computers that did not work well. The tablet computer thing sounds like it would have been hell to work on, I'll be honest. No, it was great. All I did was just like, I just like put it over my normal like desk keyboard and work on it like that. I had a pretty good setup for a long time. It just, those things are such flawed designed that like they don't usually last. Let's see, what else does this little room need? More wood panels. Yeah, retro tech is fun. It's interesting to look back on. I made a game for Game Boy, actually, because I felt so enthusiastic about it. It's like, this thing may be an ancient computer, but there's still like 100 million or something crazy like that out there. Perfectly good machines that can still keep developing for. Why the fuck not? I mean, it's a little stupid to expect people to use AA's, but you know, it's just a novelty, the whole play it on a real Game Boy thing. You don't actually have to. Better to play it on a Game Boy Advance, actually. Love to also develop a Game Boy Advance game if I knew how. I don't know what engines let you do that, or what tools you could use there. Because Game Boy Advance is also one of the biggest consoles. Even 20 years later, they're still out there, and I still play mine. Ah, looking good. Get that molding there too. Yeah, how do they do this? Like that maybe? Yeah. I think it'd be cool if you tried to make a Commodore game like or something like that. I don't know how you could do it, but it'd be pretty neat. I agree. I agree. That would be friggin' neat. For some reason, I had the patience to work with the constraints of the Game Boy. You know, you can use modern hardware to make a Game Boy game with GB Studio, but everything you do is still constrained by the like basically no memory that the original Game Boy has. Doesn't remember much. You can only have like 10 sprites or something on a screen, or you know, 10 actors they're called. I need to get a Game Boy for my collection, but they're absurdly expensive for no reason. Really? You should check out LGR. He's pretty cool. Even if it's limited, I think there's something satisfying about being able to put something you made on a physical cartridge into one of those old machines. Yeah, I can't explain it, but it was just like so shocking that it actually worked. I know, you know, I developed the whole game and then it was like, I can't believe it worked. And there was a couple of glitches. My original Game Boy did freak out a bit trying to play the game. I don't think it'll melt your Game Boy, but it's a much better idea to play it on a Game Boy Color or Game Boy Advance than the original Game Boy. Okay, so here we would just have like even more papers, I think. Folders like this one, but even more crap inside. There's something also like maybe psychological about it, that like you grow up wanting to work at Nintendo, and then like that dream dies over time, but then you can actually make your own Nintendo games. It feels kind of humbling, like you're fulfilling a childhood fantasy, a fantasy of adulthood. And you know, it's not officially licensed, there's no stamp of quality on it, but none of those things matter anymore anyway. It's like, who is Nintendo anymore to approve your game? It's somebody younger than me now. It's not Howard, whatever his name was. Howard Guy. Howard Phillips. Howard K. Stern. TBH, just being able to make games in general is insane to me. Like, with RPG Maker, you could just sit down and make whatever you want. Yeah, it is kind of crazy. You know, like, you spend your whole life, like, wondering how they made these things, and then you just see how it's done, and it's just, like, not even a mystery anymore. It's like, oh, oh, I wanted the mystery. There's still a mystery though when it comes to the people who make these things. Like look at Mystery Toy. He made 3 amazing RPGs and then said he's never making another. Very mysterious. There should just be like a massive bag of paper here. Or a few. Papers that look soggy now. It's just cool removing all the mysticism of machines that seemed infinitely complicated as a kid. I wish I was around like I wish I was around when 16-bit home computers were new and this stuff was being figured out. Yeah, well, you know, I think that's what it's like. You know, that's just growing up, is being the one to understand these things. And you know, I think it's funny that like a video about like breaking Mario 64 is kind of got 1 foot in childhood and adulthood. I think the point of those videos should be to eventually make your own games. Otherwise, we're kind of just circling the drain. Pitch to glitch and net to flicks. Oh, why didn't I think of that? What am I doing here? Talking to you bozos. Indie is the way to go. Oh yeah. Yeah, because that's the only place where you can find anything impressive anymore. Like what's cooler? Nintendo making like a new Yoshi game, or like some guy making a really shitty Yoshi game with his eyes closed? Some guy who's like, I'm a YouTuber and I'm making something today with my eyes closed. It's like, okay, I dare you, friggin' dare you to actually make it. What arrogance. I mean, you know, that stuff's more interesting than Nintendo. Nintendo's got all the fucking money in the world. Nintendo was cooler when they were scrappy, when they were the fuckers, the failures of the jabronis of the earth. Well, no, now they're the jabronis of the earth. I break your back and make you humble, you jabroni of the earth. Dressed in chic. But yeah, like they always make a new Smash Brothers. What about the time when that was actually interesting? You know, the time when we didn't know they were going to do Smash Brothers again. There once was a time when we didn't really have much of an expectation, or you know, our expectations were more tempered, and then it was just like Super Smash Brothers Melee. Like, there's no hype, you don't hear about it for months on end, it just comes out. Maybe you saw a little blurb about it, or you saw the title somewhere, and that's all you had to go on. Eventually, it just became, when's the next Smash Brothers? Yeah, when's the next exactly the fucking same game that's worse than the last one? Come on. I can't fucking deal with that. How about something that was made because it had to be done? You know, I I think, you know, I think because those games were basically made by the audience, that's why the audience rejected them. Because they hated their own idea. Melee was better. Yeah, no shit. Melee wasn't our idea. Need some pens or something on this desk. Make a little coffee mug full of pens. Alright, guys, I gotta get some sleep. Gotta snooze. Been fun hanging. Have fun. Thank you. This month, I took the conscious choice to largely give up on generative AI due to ethical reasons such as water reservation, marginalization of low-class people, and destroying plant life. That's a good reason to do it. It's it's not something that you're really told about. You know, it's not something they want you to think about while you're messing with it. There is an impact. There's an impact of everything you do. And it feels like AI has some of the worst impact to usefulness ratio. I would suggest, if you're going to use that shit at all, try to run it off your own computer. Because then, and you know, you're gonna love this, you'll see it reflected in your electric bill. How's that for impact? Oh no, it's impacting me now. I'm glad that you've decided to go with your gut feeling on that, because I know it's very easy to ignore when the promises it makes are so enticing. You know, like Homer Simpson will be right there to say, Marge, the ecological cost is offset by the profitalism that it creates. Like, you're gonna have some fucking guy tell you that, you know, I just said it, but you will have someone saying that everything has an ecological cost. And yeah, it's true. But that doesn't make it okay. That kind of makes everything else bad. I would suggest to see what it really costs by running it on your own computer and having your computer crash the fuck out of it, because it's just like too much heat generated by your CPU. And yeah, good for you. I think you're making the right choice. You know, it's probably not a good idea to ask AI how you can help the environment, because you already know. They've been telling you for years through annoying children's programming how to recycle and all that shit. There's an ecological cost to tweeting. There's an ecological cost to streaming. I'm streaming right now. Don't look at my secret files. Yeah, that's it's also not useful enough to justify any kind of well, okay, I will say one thing though. It's good that you stopped using it, because it is a waste, but also the company is responsible for the misuse of it, not the individuals. I think the individuals have an individual responsibility, but the whole like polluting water sources, that wasn't you. It's nice of you to take responsibility, but also don't let that keep you from holding them accountable. Like, people who don't even do AI are doing AI. Like Facebook, like Google. You guys don't even do AI. They don't even go here. I mean, they do it now, but I mean, they don't. That's not anything that they've ever offered until recently, and now they're trying to make it like it's their thing. They're just fucking with it the same way everyone is just fucking with it. And, you know, the only people who probably should be using it is people who are, like, using it to cure cancer. You know, I'm not saying, like, curing cancer is a good reason for everyone to fucking dabble in it. I'm saying it's research. It's, you know, people are using it to talk to whales and to make vaccines and shit like that. That's research. That's not the same as, like, I don't know, Google trying to insert it into their actually working tools so that they break, so that they, I don't know, move fast and break things. What does Facebook even do anymore? They're so bored of their trillions of dollars that they're trying to do AI so they can artificially look smart when they're not. Constant empty promises. Yeah, and it's convenient because AI seems so mystifying to people. They think, like, what can it do? What can't it do? You know, like, you're gonna have people who just, like, go along with it because it's shiny and it's technological. But they also like needed the support of the people. They couldn't just have fucking stock trader guys. Now it feels like they just want stock trader guys, but like their entire business was something that relied on being social. Now they're being antisocial by injecting all this unuseful, unwanted software into their business that had nothing to do with it 10 seconds ago. Even Nvidia, who's arguably the most knows what AI is company, doesn't seem to know what AI is. It's like, whose business is it then? Not OpenAI, because they don't even know what to do. They don't even know how to sell it. They're selling broken products to the military and declaring it a success. They're making Sora and then retracting it. They're done with that. It's too expensive. It's too stupid. Look at this sanding underneath the cabinets. They'll never find that there. There. The wisdom dog thing is older than me. Yep. Well, Bugs Bunny is older than me. I don't know how long I can think about that before losing my mind. Donkey Kong is older than me. Google's whole thing is hyping the company up for investors. Watching this stream on my Google glasses. Empty promises constantly. We're describing as an example of neoliberalism, taking responsibility from the corporation onto the employee and customer. Yeah, it's true. How often do you hear, rich motherfuckers telling you, you have to vote harder? It's pure privilege and hate. They hate you. They hate you for not voting more. It's always your fault. Always. when dealing with those people, isn't it? You have to stop using AI, or else we'll go on Twitter and ruin your life. And you know, some people don't like that. Some people are, you know, even pissed off about that. But they don't care. They can ostracize you, and when you become a fucking Republican, they can act like they won. Don't, yeah, like, I mean, you know, I told you that I had my own reasons for not using AI. I haven't completely abandoned it. You know, I know there's an ecological cost to rendering. There's always an ecological cost, and I think that if you try to pin it on one group of people or another, then you're able to avoid examining your own ecological cost, or, you know, carbon footprint, whatever you want to call it. But that's very convenient for neoliberals. It lets fascism take hold. It makes it so it's never your fault. It's never their fault. It's just your fault. Terrible people. Ugly people. So yeah, I mean, you know, any reason you don't want to use it is valid, but don't think that the entire responsibility should rest on you. That's what they want, so that they can do whatever they want. It's like it's like liberals only, you know, neoliberals will be like, you know, no more wars for oil, which is, you know, also something that I would say, but they wouldn't say shit about natural gas. They would be, you know, they'd be like, send more weapons to Ukraine. It's natural gas, so that makes them rich. If it's natural gas, that's, oh, it's natural. This is good. It's not oil, it's natural. Like, there is this exception that they can make. It's like, we're nothing like them. You're nothing like them. Or are you? You know, there's always this threat. There's always this threat against you. It's like, how can you have an actual society when everyone's just terrified of each other? Neoliberalism is more broad than that, but that's part of it. I'm just talking about what I can observe. Clarify, I agree with you. Bring your tote bag to Walmart to free Palestine. Liberals never talk about Palestine. Never say shit about these really obviously wrong things. That's why I made that video. Like, anytime it's about something that I could actually stand up for, I keep my mouth shut, because my morality is based on things that are convenient. I'm only here for the really convenient stuff. The stuff that makes me look good to either side, that because I'm playing both sides. Really cowardly. Here's a pencil. Learn to draw like me. The hero of the day. The hero of the earth. It's like, this stuff is gonna be so small that there's literally no reason for me to be doing all this detail. But I don't know, it gives me a little kick. I get a kick out of it. See, look, it's a pencil. Oh, what fun it is to model. Yeah, I'm sure I've modeled this at some point. It feels very familiar, although I feel like I haven't done this in a while. I've mostly been doing pens. Oh yeah, first try, got that color right. Fun times at Ridgemont High. Oh yeah, when I zoom out, it looks wrong. I think maybe do like that. Yeah. Great. Let's cheat a little. Let's duplicate. Sorry to cheat, but sometimes it's fun. These are linked, so if I have to make an edit to one, it'll edit them all. That little yellowier, more shinier. Perfect. Looks just like a pencil. Looks just like a frindle. A friendsole. uh, just so you're warned, scaling something that's linked will not scale the others. So you have to select all of the polygons and scale those. Nothing here is really scaled right. Although that looks too small now. I would work there, but then again, it's a school office, so no, maybe not. But I might change my mind. It's all about picking your battles, I suppose. You don't have to do things if they don't give you energy. You could use clip art, a shortcut similar to generating something automatically. Mouse chewed through it. This is one of those things that would have had a SCSI port, probably. Let me add one. Kind of looked like that. Maybe it was upside down. That. Here, let's meet him halfway instead of. I mean, if I did make this a VR chat world, I probably should finish all this crap, but I could also do this. Where it's just like it's connected spiritually. No one will ever know. Man, this is starting to look like a real office. Let's add a calendar. Uh, yeah, what should the theme be of this calendar? Oh, that is not acceptable. Yeah, look what it does. There needs to be like a Dilbert comic or some shit. An office softball sign-up sheet with only 2 signatures. Maybe cars, although this is the secretary's desk, so it wouldn't be stuff like the guy likes. It'd be like, imagine you're like in your 50s or 60s in the 90s and you're a woman. It would all be cats, I think. I think that's the obvious one. There's already a cat thing. So, you know, obviously the mug needs Garfield on it. The fucking the fucking stupid cats everywhere. Oh yeah, I never finished this. Alright, how does this go again? House cylinder. Looks kind of weird under there. Might just be a few different shadows hitting it. Not sure. Oh, also it doesn't have a material yet. It'd make it a little more shinier. And then there's like a little drawer down here sometimes. So yeah, you should use any art tools that make you feel powerful, make you feel something. And yeah, the AI will promise that. Don't fall for it, or do. You might need to learn the hard way, like all of us. Oh man, this is really coming together. Still a little not sure what to do here, though. Oh, whoops. Kind of wanted that on that wall. Well, I could put a picture of Jesus there. The issue is like I'm not sure that joke will be received. I'm not making The Simpsons. If it was The Simpsons, it would be like an obvious joke about church and state. I haven't really been going there. But yeah, we could put something there. Something that... Oh, right. There was something I wanted right above Victor. A classic looking... what's his name? What's his freaking name? You know... well, for one thing, in the storyboard, I wanted there to be a Thomas Kincaid painting, which is the fucking guy who made all those Christmassy scenes. So I would, you know, put something like that right there. Like, oh, look how beautiful. It's so Christmas. It's like the kind of illustration you'd see on a popcorn tin. No, but like over... This could also be a cork board. That might be a good place for a cork board. A cork board with nothing in it. You gotta put on a sticky note. It's like in the episode of Peep Show where Mark puts a swastika on Sophie's computer. been such a hot day that I've been drinking so much, so they're back again. Norman Rockwell. How'd you know? I said that guy. That's his name, Norman Rockwell. Yeah, that fucking guy. Norman Rockwell. That's I guess that's just the kind of thing that you would see in a principal's office, right? A Norman Rockwell illustration. Thank you. I was really struggling to remember that because the words Thomas Kincaid kept overwriting it. I'll be right back. I'm back. Make that cork board. It's just like the one I got right here. Like, look at this. Look how, wait, look how satisfying that is to just be like, assign. Oh wait, I guess it's not working. Doesn't fucking work. Doesn't fucking work. There. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Look how much it looks like the real thing. Let's make a gigantic push pin. Can you do a VeggieTales parody? I was a little too old for VeggieTales to be on my radar, so I never learned to parody that one. VeggieTales is too holy for me to parody. Well, like, cause like, what if I parodied VeggieTales and then VeggieTales parodied me back? I'd be speechless. Well, I think VeggieTales has lost its soul, so that probably won't be happening. So yeah, let's separate this so that we can do a bunch of versions of it. This song sounds like the news. Let's see, what else? Rolodex. Is this a Hebrew school? No. A Hebrew school with a picture of Jesus. How do you make that music play? Baka, 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 baka. And this is just a public middle school, or, you know, whatever. Weird. Um, Alright, now it's time for tons of fun. Oh, but how do I do this? Know how to translate something and then duplicate that, but how do I rotate? Like that. One way. No! By undoing once, I made it so... Oh. Well, I guess I'm out of them anyway, so it doesn't matter. Cool. I might be able to just duplicate this now. What about linked? They are not. It's fine. It alright. Link! Link! Wait, where is Link? Link! There he is. Sometimes you could just do it by eye. Ah! There we go. Nice little office going. By nice, I mean miserable. Music. Let's play a playlist called Real Vaporwave. Actually, fuck that. I don't want my channel getting taken down. Can't afford it anyway. Do what you wanna do. There ain't no stream. I hope I get good with I hope I get this good with 3D one day. I attempted the 3D donut blender tutorial and my donut was so bad. It was the worst I've ever seen and I genuinely tried. I'm gonna say two things. First of all, I'm proud of you that you made it and it came out bad, because that's, you know, the first step is to try before you're good. The second thing I'll say is that I would never recommend that tutorial, because a donut is not something you wanted to make. It's something the tutorial guy wanted you to make. Why is that significant? Well, you gotta go with what you're doing. You shouldn't make anything for nothing. You know, like, if you make that donut, you do it because you just wanted to practice, you just wanted to give something a shot. But instead, you should be making it because you really wanted to make it, because you needed it for something. In fact, I'll make a donut right now. I need a donut on this desk, I just decided. The problem is it attempts to make a it attempts to make like an easy first thing to model, but I don't know. You don't have to start so simple. And you also don't need to get that deep into it. It's like both at once, because on one hand, the donut tutorial is, you know, it's a basic shape like this. On the other hand, it's like a lot of advanced shit that they want you to do, like giving it like a coat of like particle, or a coat of like fluids and particles by giving it like frosting and sprinkles. I'm gonna make my own donut, but I'm not gonna follow a tutorial. I'm just gonna do it from within. I'm sure the tutorial teaches you things about Blender. It's not that it can't be used to learn. It's just that I kind of disagree with the like start small, start simple. I mean, why make a donut if everyone else is making them? That's what I want to know. Nah, just kidding. I'll keep this donut. But that's because I'm thinking about them now. Donut. Um, so what was bad about it? It feels like kind of difficult to mess up, right? I think that's really interesting to know, because maybe that was the guy's idea, that most people would be able to make it without it coming out wrong, but yours still came out wrong according to you. So what should we learn from that? I think we should take that you should make something that is so yours that you can't mess it up. You know, like it's like something you came up with, a character, or even just like an object that you designed. Something that's basically impossible to mess up because you came up with it. Yeah, I'm doing the sprinkles like this. Yeah, I'm not even using particles, I'm just doing it manually. But I also will say, keep trying, keep fucking up, make things that suck, because you're never gonna get really good without getting a few bad things under your belt first, you know. But if you're too embarrassed to share them, that's fine. You don't have to. It's all part of the process of learning. Yeah, it's not too bad, huh? Not bad for a guy who's never made a donut in his life. Let's see. Get a little smaller. Maybe give a little bit extra life to the sprinkles. Make them multiple colors. Celebratory donut. Celebrate a stream well done. Little saucer, little paper plate for it. Donut plate. Control I, reverse selection, dissolve vertex. Wait, hang on. Verses? I guess no, there's nothing left. Here. Try this one. Oh, delete faces. That'll do it. There we go. Now we got a plate. Perfect. And I've been doing 3D stuff for many years, but I've only been using Blender for a couple of years. So I've become very fluid, very fast, I think. In like a year, I went from not knowing what to do to knowing a lot. I didn't do it alone. You have to give yourself up to the Blender people. You have to let them watch your entire screen. I don't mean the people who develop Blender. I mean the people who use it every day. They'll help you. People like me. Do you only use mouse? Yeah. Yeah, it's all mouse. If I'm doing grease pencil, I will draw the initial drawings with like the sketches. I'll use my tablet, but then when it's time to like do all the like finished drawings, I do that stuff with a mouse. Yeah, I don't know when the stream's gonna end, but still getting shit done here. You know, make sure you check out my game. And I want to bite that donut. It's okay. I'll leave it intact for now. Let's see. Looks like a lawn chair you'd see on a Dutch inventor's decking. What, this? And that yellow design was so disgusting. What should go on these other shelves? How about some like books, textbooks, teachers' guides? Hi, Stimpy. Hi, Mecha, whose name is not Stimpy. He's being cute. He wants a fooding. What's up, sweetheart? Hey, I'm pretty good. This looks like a phone book. This oppressive lighting. So yeah, right here would be the Norman Rockwell illustration. Still haven't done this. Look at Sully. Look what they did to him. They sullied him. These oppression separators. Although I think he's like still gonna be able to lie down even with these things, so just put his feet under them. Not there. This is kind of what I'm looking for, yeah. I don't know how it's like there. I guess there needs to be like some kind of supports underneath. That's what weird. When I move this, that actually stretches. I don't know if this is really what it looks like, but I feel like this would fall. Dialed in. Well, not anymore because Mecha Meow is licking me. Hey Fuzzball, are you licking my elbow while I'm working? Oh, here, let's feed him. Alright, let's it's almost 6 hours. Let's work on this for like another 15 minutes and I'll get out of here. Could use a wall clock right there. Don't cheat and make don't you dare cheat and make a cylinder. Don't worry. I won't tell. Love doing this like an asshole. Makes me feel powerful. See, what time would this take place? Like 1 or 2? Maybe earlier, like noon. Hope this stream has been enriching and entertaining for you as it has been for me. Hi, it's me, the old Joe Grant. I'm back. You missed me? No? Duh. Get a little kick out of that too. The fun haver. Deltarune? Hey, no spoilers. I should add that song to my chilled out playlist though. Oh, that's odd. There's no back. I didn't select it all. There we go. even the difficult things are very satisfying when you get them to look pretty good. Like, don't be afraid of a challenge. Look how good it looks. Oh yeah, there's like over here, I feel like something needs doing. Some way of holding these up. I could just put them on top of it. Pack it up, call it a day. Oh right, they had like a holder. But then that would ruin the whole thing I made. Well, not ruin. I could just delete some of them like that. It's basically just like a cylinder. Is this open on top so you can drop them in? It might be. Then I don't know, like a little metal ring or something that holds them together, pulls them onto the viv. I hate it when it looks different on one object. Sometimes adding edge loops fixes it. Weird. There you go. When I was younger, the Weinstein Company's films scared me because their films were produced by MGM, which I was scared of the logo. Hearing Harvey Weinstein's actions in 2010 is in 2010s is unsettling. Oh wow. So you always had a fear of the Weinstein Company because you associated that with like, and now you're starting to see the actual Predator with real teeth. That's a horror, I must admit. Looking fresh today, thank you. For as long as I've been watching, it's been a good stream. I've appreciated your animations for over a decade, easily, so your words hold weight and your humor permanently changed mine for the better. Wow, thank you. I'm gonna copy this post-it note in the most wasteful way possible. Ah, feels good to waste. Yeah, what should go here? Those armrests. These armrests you me the power to these armrests give you the power of the handsaw? I don't understand. These? I gotta fix that color. That's not really what I want. Yeah, that's more like it. Brr. What would happen if I just put in like another one right there? Can you have two? I guess not. I'm Bart Simpson. Who the hell are you? That was better before I fuckered with it. Maybe like that? I've only been using Blender for like 4 months. You're so quick at navigating stuff. It's impressive. Blender feels like a maze sometimes. Yeah, it is kind of tough, but something really wrong with that. Well, I'm sure next time I look at this file, I'll know how to fix it. Let's add a couple more things and I'll get out of here. What else? Power outlets. Dun, 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 dun. Mm, 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 mm. A last thing we want to talk about before I get out of here. I don't want to keep you guys here forever. I just realized that some people actually want to be here, and I'm keeping you here. Look how I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do this. I just symmetrized it the other way. I'm gonna symmetrize it the other way. I gotta symmetrize it again. And I'm gonna do that all over again. Because I'm an asshole. Gonna do it again. Because I'm an asshole. Actually, that might be enough. I don't know if we need oh no, we probably do need 3-pronged because we got like PCs and stuff. How do? Like an asshole, obviously. I don't know what's so asshole-ish about this, actually. I don't know. Maybe I just like the thrill of feeling like I got away with something. It's like Bob Ross when he makes a happy little tree and it's just our little secret. Like what is going through his head when he says that? It's just our little secret. I just realized I could have done that even more asshole and I decided not to. Like an asshole. Oh, and here, I'm gonna actually have to do something different, because I can't just mirror it like that. I liked how the banjo music earlier made me vividly imagine bubbling shit water. I think the music in those games is incredibly funny. How many games can you say that about? That the music is funny. The music is another opportunity for humor. Isn't that cool? Music could be the storytelling. It can be the joke telling. You know, just look at Carl Stalling. They needed a guy with a sense of humor to do the music for Looney Tunes. It's like, you know, he's you know a real enough musician, but also, you know, doesn't take himself that seriously. And then by distance, shade smooth, or maybe not actually. Yeah, that's what happens when you do that. They look like they're crying. How about just this part? That might work a thin. Or like that. Yeah, that's good. Or like this. Oh yeah, that's it. That's true. I don't often think about how music is utilized for humor. Oh yeah, totally. Me neither. It's I guess it's one of those little secrets that you're not supposed to think about. Hmm. There we go. Huh? Uh-oh. I mean, I could just delete that, can't I? Seems like it, yeah. Nice. Alright. This is where we can plug in the water cooler. Oh, yeah, the water cooler did not have a cable coming out of it. watching you do things kind of helps me learn a bit. That's good, because I'm just, you know, I'm doing my best here, but if somebody gets anything out of it, that's great. I didn't actually look at a reference. Do you reckon this is like the same width as the cooler? Like that? Slightly taller, maybe? Or does it go beyond by a lot? Let's put a replacement over here. You need that ground prong. Yeah. Yeah. But hey, look, I wasn't too lazy to add it. I wasn't too lazy to make it, you know, I could have just symmetrized it and then covered this up with the cable. And for some reason, I wasn't too lazy to do that, but I was too lazy to automatically generate my art. Which I think should tell you that it's not about work ethic, it's about depression. You will be depressed. Eventually. First you'll be like, oh word, it does my homework. Then you'll be like, too much paradise. Then you gotta get SpongeBob back, like always. I don't want to stop. It's like when you get into the pool. You don't want to get in because it's cold, and then you don't want to get out because it's cold. I think it's great that I spent all these years making fun of the sanding under the cabinets thing, and now I'm just 100% in belief of that. I mean, I guess I was making fun of it while doing it. I would stream and be like, here at Pixar, whenever I was adding unnecessary detail. But it is necessary. It's part of the stream. It's part of the process. Part of me. It's part of the VR chat world I'm never going to make. It's there. It's there because it needs, I don't know, it needs that extra bit of life. Not that this is like an incredibly lifeful place to be. It's like you kind of want to get out of here the second you enter. But this is still part of your life. Like just being stuck in this boring place for like 20 minutes while the principal punches himself in the head over and over. Like what am I doing here? Why am I wasting my life with this shit? Either or doesn't really make a difference. Anything else I want to put in here? Yeah, let me give that guy a texture, a yellowish one. This is probably just the default. Yeah, that's fine. As this lifeless room comes to life. I like how there's no lights over here. I was listening to Dog of Song today on loop for 45 minutes. Oh boy. Give this door a doorknob. I like just eyeballing shit. I don't know why. Does it make things look more natural? Maybe. I don't even do it for that reason. Thinking about Metroid and how that's one of Gunpei Yokoi's games. Metroid, Kid Icarus, Wario. Those are all his shit. We just kind of like think of it as just being like generic ass Nintendo properties, but no, they actually were some guy's idea. Maybe not Yokoi himself, but he had a lot to do with those games. He's my hero. Like Daffy Duck. Daffy Duck is my hero and I'm Daffy. So I'm my hero. There goes my hero. He's ordinary. It's like people will notice. I'm not saying they're actually going to be able to tell. I'm just saying people will notice, like, deep down that you put effort into it. And they will notice immediately if you used AI. They will notice. Which, I don't know. People getting upset with me hasn't always been enough to get me to care. But in this case, I think it's like they're trying to tell you that your art fails on some level. and it's not even really fair for you to get defensive about something that's not really your art. This fucking lock's been painted. Here, let's add like a little wait a second. Is this on anything else? This texture? Yeah, that. Make a copy then. Add a bump. Give it the look that's been painted. There we go, that's it. Holding down shift and dragging this slider makes it so you can change it like very slightly. If I didn't hold down shift, it would be like too hard to get the number I want, but if I hold down shift, holding down control also does discrete snapping into like 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, and so on. But I'm using shift to make it go all the way down to 0.01. Perfect. Oh yeah, I can even do this. To copy that, then just turn this into the doorknob. Yeah, a thing you can try is just making it really blocky, and then going in with the edge loop tool, or sorry, the loop cut tool. I'm still on Maya terms for some things, and then just add detail, grab those edges, just scale them. Easy peasy. Dissolve edges, gets rid of that. Don't need those. This door, this completely solid door, sucks. Doesn't need another side because you're only going to see this side. Actually, you might actually. So let me be a good boy. Mummy, I've been ever such a good boy. May I have an iced cream sandwich after the stream? Sounds pretty good right now. Are you willing to call this one done? Every time we say goodbye, I die a little. I've been watching Simpsons season 1, and I guarantee there's jokes that you'd never noticed. If you're almost 40 like me, I would recommend giving it another go. You'll pick up on stuff and it'll make you laugh. I think watching that show like every couple decades until you're dead is a good plan, because by the time you get to Mr. Burns' age, you're gonna get all those jokes. Alright, let's do one last thing. Let's make this molding, because it's gonna bother me if it's not there. That's not right. What on earth is happening here? Maybe if I recalculate outside? That's it. Oh yeah, also this texture's not great, but it's kind of small. Maybe it won't matter. Oh, that's odd. I guess there were two segments here. Oh yeah, this is giving me some major trouble right now. Wait, what? Oh, I see. It was separated. Huh. Alright, let's take a well-earned break. Get the fuck out of the principal's office, finally. Add like a little metal threshold. I know, I can't seem to break myself away from my work. Once I get going, it's hard to get myself to stop. There we go. Perfect. I would love to add more detail to this, like add some dirt, but I better get going. Just take a little look around. Let's do a walk navigation. Turn off all this stuff so it's not in the way. that's a seam. Do something about that, I guess. But all this lovely crap we made, all this stuff that's in a dumpster now. Principal's office will remain unfinished, probably. There's no scene in the office. This, I might look at a reference because it's kind of strange with like the way the armrests are and the way these supports are. I don't know if this thing would actually stand. This is a little bit exaggerated, but that's my chair. All this stuff that was so satisfying to apply a bump map to. This, which will be replaced with an image, which will be replaced with a drawing of it saying everybody is mean to me. Think of more crap later to put on this shelf. Bowling trophy. Throw some of this stuff out. I'm very proud of this pencil. Look at that bump map on the pencil. This old style. What do you call this kind of printer again? Strongbad's printer. Put Garfield there. Yeah. Let's see, what shots are we gonna use in this cartoon? Gonna have one like here. Gonna have one like that. Of the PC. Gonna have the fishies on it. Probably never even actually show this crab. There's gonna be a teacher comes out from here. There's gonna be the principal looking at the computer like this, the side. And any more? Oh yeah, there's gonna be one more shot. Which honestly, I might need to make the whole room smaller just to accommodate the shot. Or I could change the angle slightly. Gonna have Victor sitting on that couch while that chair is spinning around, acting like he wasn't just sitting in it. And that's about it. I'll have to make some other scenes. But yeah. Check out my game. Become a patron if you want to hang out in the server. You can hear me complain all day. I guess that's it. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys soon. Bye. Thanks for stopping by.